And it's for today, yes.
Down on your lap underneath the table.
Okay, time is 5:45, and I'm going to call the special meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Coppell Independent School District into session. First thing we need to do is establish a quorum. From my left, we have trustees Jonathan Powers, Ron Aravel, Vice President Nicole Bentley, Secretary Joby Matthew, trustees Lee Walker and Anthony Hill, and myself. We have everyone present. We do have a quorum. Before we go into open forum, if I could take just a quick moment, call your attention to my right, your left. We have a special birthday in the house. So on the count of three, happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Amanda. Happy birthday to you.
I figured that's the least we can do since I never call out someone's birthday, but since she said it, it's a big one. So we had, yes, we had this birthday for you. I mean, this meeting for you. Happy birthday. With that, I will take us into our open forum tonight. We did have 3 speakers sign up. If you'll give me just a second, I'll read our opening statement, and then I will have you guys come up. The board encourages comments about the Coppell Independent School District from citizens of the district, its employees, or from other members of the public. Anyone who has signed up to speak in advance of the meeting in accordance with the board policy and procedures may do so. At this time, the board asks that each participant's comments pertain to public education and be no longer than 3 minutes. Just remember that pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, during special meetings such as this, public comment is limited to agenda items only, and the board may not discuss or act upon any issues that are not posted on our agenda. In addition, the board has adopted complaint policies that are designed to secure at the lowest administrative level a prompt and equitable resolution of complaints and concerns. Complaints brought by employees may be heard in accordance with policies DGBA Legal and DGBA Local, by students or their parents in accordance with policies FNG Legal and FNG Local, and by citizens in accordance with policies GF Legal and GF Local. Each of these processes provides that if a resolution cannot be achieved administratively, the person may appeal the administrative decision to the board as a properly posted agenda item. And copies of our district policies and procedures on public participation in meetings, filing complaints, as well as just our general board policies are available online at the Coppell Independent School District, which is coppellisd.com. So with that, we will get started on our open forum. You will have 3 minutes tonight, and Secretary Matthew is our official scorekeeper, or timekeeper, I should say. We're not keeping score. When you get down to 1 minute, he'll wave the 1 minute paddle, and then at time you'll hear the buzzer go, and he'll wave the time paddle. So our first speaker tonight is Ms. Kristen Johnson. Said it, but if you'll just, your time will start once you approach the podium, state your name and address, then time goes.
Hi, Kristen Johnson, 504 Halifax Lane. And tonight I wanted to bring up something that I had recently heard a couple of times with our declining student numbers and the position we put in that is looking at closing even more schools now, with the idea of needing to not expand open enrollment too much and really protect the group who lives in Coppell, the people who pay taxes here, and who live here, to have our schools just be for those families. And I just wanted to bring up, I do live at 504 Halifax Lane, and if I did not live there right now, I could not afford to live there right now. I am a 3-income household, college-educated household, and we could not afford where we live right now if we had not moved there before all the craziness happened. I always knew growing up, because I grew up in Coppell and then left, and then seeing how great the school district got, I wanted to bring my kids back here. And I was lucky enough to be able to do that before 2020. But again, if it was now, it would be very different. I've seen a lot of people move out of this community, even this past summer, who are the same age as me, have the same number of kids or more as I do, because they can't find a place to live. The rental options are higher than mortgage options now. People are having to move very far away and just move their kids with it. We're losing a lot of families and a lot of kids, and a lot of times the more kids you have, the even less you can spend on your house. And so I would just really like us to look at the option of expanding and opening instead of just always looking at condensing and closing. I think the future is that more districts are going to be doing that. And I think we should be on the front end of that, leading the way. When South Lake opens their enrollment, when Grapevine does, who are we going to lose to people they want to be? Last point is that there's people who do often stay in bad situations because of the cost or what's going to happen to their kids. And I have seen that happen here as well, where somebody knows if they leave or take the kids, they're not going to be able to keep their kids in the district. And so I just would really like to do this. If people can get their kids here, we don't care how far they have to come, but we let them in. Thank you.
Thank you. Our second speaker tonight, Mr. Subbu Venkat.
Good evening. I'm becoming a regular feature in this saga. Thank you all. So my name is Subbu Venkat. I live at 933 Brentwood Drive, Coppell, Texas. Thank you all again. So I want to talk about new tech, and I want to thank Kristen Johnson, I hope I said her name right, before us, for talking about open enrollment. So that's the key. And I just was at my friend's place last night in Frisco. He's moved there some 15 years ago, and they have 13 or 12 high schools, and all high schools are doing well and all that. So I just want to tell you guys that our previous superintendent is doing a great job at Frisco ISD. But anyway, coming to new tech. So I have the preview of the recommendation that Mr. Williams is going to do in maybe half an hour. And I looked at it and I was kind of not so happy. Why am I not so happy? Because point number one, he talks about the diverse team that make this decision. It's not a diverse team. It needs a team from new tech. How many new tech kids were there? How many new tech families were there? Look into that. And point number four, he talks about 500K cost avoidance. You're all in corporate America. You know what cost avoidance means. Cost avoidance is not cost reduction, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. It's cost avoidance. It's a cost avoidance, quote unquote. Okay. And what's interesting is in its cost avoidance, 82% of our if you talk to Diane Sarkar, she'll tell you more. 82% of our expenses are teaching. But in this 500K cost avoidance, he doesn't talk about teaching or anything. He talks about utilities and stuff like that. So look into that. And then what's interesting is number 5, he talks about something very interesting. He talks about the bond funds could be invested in new tech or CHS, but I am recommending it to be invested in CHS because that's the long term. You don't want to spend in new tech because that's not the long term. That's kind of, that really boils me down. That's not a good, that's one. The next one, the 6th one is a comedy. If you look at the 6th one, is a comedy. He's saying the reason that he's approving the consolidation because many kids want to go to CHS for classes. Core classes are still in new tech. New tech is a school. AP or core classes are offered in new tech. They go to CHS for non-core classes, and they are late because of the shuttle, and that's why he's approving he's supporting the consolidation. Guys, this is an operational issue. This doesn't mean that you have to consolidate schools because you're running late. Okay, and then the other comedy is in the second part, he talks about 50,000 in recommended for marketing cost. Give me a break. You don't need a marketing. You just need to talk to your counselors in the middle schools. Right now, the middle schools counselors, just between you and me, are not promoting new tech. We know that. We have spoken to kids. Kids are telling us that, okay? Just go talk to a few kids who have been dissuaded by your own counselors. You don't need marketing. You need to tell your counselors, do the right thing, okay? And then the irony is he doesn't talk about the lack of a library or lack of facilities being the reason for consolidating with CHS. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Subbu. And our final speaker tonight will be RC.
All the board members, I'm Sujit here. I stay at 215 Northmore Road, and I believe all you board members are the best representative we have. and I hope you will keep our interest and your interest and the interest of the community before any other vested interest, I would say. Sorry about that. But as Subbu was talking about, there were some recommendations by somebody who said that NUTEC was a recommendation for relocating was done by CREC, Facilities Committee and Bond Committee. Okay. Now CREC, it had 12 members only, if I can recall correctly, who were part or anything to do with the NUTEC. They could be students, they could be teachers. And the students or teachers are supposed to have a short-term vision. They are not living there forever, but the parents and everybody else will have a long term because they don't want to live in a what do you call retirement community. So that is something which they have not looked into. Now there are 5 schools which are in discussion, and for them they have a town hall. How many parents here had a chance to voice their opinions? You never gave us any chance. Okay. And then student request. The admins gleefully use the genuine concerns of the kids, that is for the new tech school, that is cross campus electives, then missing the shuttle or missing the lunch. Now these are the genuine reasons provided by the admins to say that we should consolidate the school. Now the best, if you guys are aware and if you are using the state government data, texasschool.gov, it says that there are only 8 new tech schools in the whole of Texas, and new tech is one of the top, not one of the top, it is the top, and still we are trying to consolidate it. That's a really sad part. Now, going to the staff usage, it is in the Mr. Williams' suggestion recommendation, it says about 12 teachers. Now, either they don't have any clue what PBL is, because what it says is that they are going to be using those teachers to teach the PBL mode. It is a totally different thing. That's why we have a different school. Rather, otherwise it would have been a traditional school. So those are also points which needs to be taken care of. And they are talking about the first dedicated counselor. So it means that they never gave a chance to the new tech community to flourish or give a chance for them to survive. So that is also one thing which you need to keep in mind. Another thing is the bond usage, as Venkat's mentioned, that the use of bond money can be used for existing facility as well. So why not use it in the existing facility? That's a question you should ask the admin. And conclusion, what I would say is that whole exercise was to make sure use any potential, including demographic tactics as a scare tactics, to convince our representatives that it is going to be a failure because of the enrollment and whatever else. So to wrap it up, I would say that we need to retain this school for having a future ready path for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. And that will conclude our open forum tonight, and will take us into our first order, which is our work session on budget planning. So I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Williams.
So the first item tonight will be looking at the 25-26 proposed budget, and that will be Ms. Sarkar.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Trustees. We are going to have a very brief discussion of the budget. You've all been provided with the budget packet, which has the latest information. It hasn't changed that much since July. However, there have been some significant changes to tax collections and the recapture expense. So that's what you're seeing here on this budget. You'll see the 25-26 draft budget with an almost $5 million deficit. When we look at where we are today in 24-25, I believe it will end up closer to the low estimate of $9.3 million deficit for this year. Because of the change in recapture, a lot of our accruals for August will change, and so that might swing our numbers. It could be $1 million each way just because of that accrual. So that is where we are with the budget for 25-26. Again, about 82% of that now is payroll costs, and recapture is estimated at a little over $17.5 million. Were there any questions on that general fund?
Just for people who maybe haven't been paying attention since we started the 25-26 budget process, can you tell us what the original deficit estimate was when we started this process in the spring? For 24-20, or I mean, sorry, for 25-26.
I cannot recall that number
Okay.
right now.
Okay.
I do know that that number was significantly higher because we did not know what money the legislature was going to provide. The legislature has provided funds. A lot of it is directed, and so that has increased both our revenues and our expenditures. But the net impact to our budget, to the things that we really control, has been minimal. Just a little over $2 to $3 million is what the district will get in what I would call more discretionary spending. It will help us to meet some of those gaps in property insurance and transportation and safety and security, those types of things.
Thank you.
Okay. The next budget that the board is required to adopt is the Child Nutrition Fund budget. And you'll see here the elementary fund is in Fund 240, which will be about even for the year. Fund 482 is the secondary fund, and then the combined fund. So we're looking at about $150,000 positive to fund balance in child nutrition. And then finally, the debt service fund. And there have been some changes to the way that the tax rate for debt service has been calculated, and we'll get into that when we talk about the taxes. But I just want to remind the board that in 24-25, we adopted a debt service budget anticipating that, one, we would defease debt in August of 24, which we did do. But then that we would be looking at defeasing some additional debt in the first quarter of 2025. Based upon a lot of the bills that were presented in the legislature, it was recommended to us that we hold tight on that we not defease debt, because depending upon the results of those bills, we might want to have that fund balance in to help us manage the tax rate in future years. So we ended up not doing that this year, not defeasing any additional debt in 25. It just does help us, though, manage our tax rate in the future. So our debt service fund is nearly even, with about $178,000 impact to the fund balance. So those are the three budgets that the board is required to approve, and we will be bringing these back to you on August 25th. We'll have our public hearing and then ask the board to approve those budgets. The next thing is the budget and tax rate notice. This went into the newspaper this weekend, and this is a required notice that goes in to let the public know what the district's budget is and the tax rates that are being proposed, as well as the comparison of those to prior year. So the maintenance and operations tax rate, the first thing that happens is once we get our certified values by the Dallas County Appraisal District, we send that information to the Texas Education Agency. They then turn around and calculate the district's maximum compressed tax rate. That tax rate is compressed based upon the amount of growth of property values in the district. There was very minimal growth, only 0.9% this year. And so, 0.09% this year. And so the maximum compressed rate stayed the same at 0.6169. The district then is allowed to add those voter-approved enrichment pennies to the tax rate, and that will total 0.7552. So the maintenance and operations tax rate remains unchanged from the current year. The interest and sinking tax rate, or the debt service tax rate, is what is the second tax rate that we calculate, and that funds the principal and interest payments on all of the debt the district issues when we issue bonds. Senate Bill 1453 requires that the INS tax rate be calculated at a rate that would provide the minimum dollar amount required to pay the interest and principal on that debt. So we know what the principal and the interest amounts are that we have to pay, but we have to estimate something that is called hold harmless, and that is what the legislature has approved to hold the district harmless from the reduction in taxable values due to increased tax exemptions. So that is something that we have to estimate. The calculations for the hold harmless are still being worked out. The district has used tools that we get from our state organizations to estimate that amount, but the Texas Education Agency is the one that will ultimately calculate what that hold harmless amount will be. So should the district collect more than is required to meet our debt payment, the hold harmless amount will be reduced by that same amount. So in sum, the new tax calculations really benefit taxpayers by requiring the district to only collect what's necessary to pay the voter-approved debt. It takes into consideration any amounts that may have been over-collected the prior year, any hold harmless funding from the state, and any additional amounts that the district might use from fund balance for the payment of debt. Sometimes districts want to defease or pay off debt early, and the district can use fund balance to accomplish that. Or if the district wishes to collect additional revenue for the purpose of paying off debt early, the Board of Trustees would need to approve that through the tax adoption process based on Senate Bill 1453. It will be our recommendation that the board take the calculated tax rate and approve that for this year. The calculated tax rate will be 0.2267, which is about 2.07 pennies lower than our current interest and sinking tax rate this year. This is just a history of where the tax rate has been since 2017. As I said, the M&O rate will stay the same and the INS rate will go down by 2.07 pennies, meaning the total goes down by 2.07 pennies to 0.9819. One other thing to mention, if it is passed at the November 2025 election, which we assume it probably will, homestead exemptions will increase from $100,000 to $140,000. In addition, there are exemptions for taxpayers over 65 or the disabled that will increase to $60,000. So a CISD taxpayer will see savings of about $393 due to that increase in the exemption. And those over 65 or disabled will see an additional $491 or around $884 less in taxes had these exemptions not be put in place. There's also an additional measure on the ballot effective for the 26-27 school year to approve an exemption for the first $125,000 of value from business personal property. So think of business personal property as like the computers that a business has in their office, the desks that they have, that type of thing, or even those are things that they have to declare every year and pay tax on. So this would give them an exemption for that amount. Are there any questions that I can answer on the tax rate or the budget?
Ms. Sarkar, on the tax rate, can you let everyone know what the impact is to the school district in terms of revenue, benefit, et cetera, with these tax rate changes?
So with the tax rate changes or with the exemption changes, either one of those, the tax rate is set based upon specific parameters, and the district collects that tax revenue. From a maintenance and operations standpoint, if the district does not collect enough tax revenue, the Texas Education Agency will remain filling that bucket, and so that the district gets their entitled funding for the year. So that funding is calculated based on students and their attendance, and so the district is entitled to that amount, whether we collect that through tax collections or whether the state contributes some. Anything that we collect over that amount goes back to the state in form of recapture, which we said is a little over $17 million this year. So we tend to collect enough to satisfy our entitlement for the year. The INS tax rate is not really impacted by state funding except for those hold harmless amounts, which can swing and provide us with that additional revenue. It's really to keep us from, keep the district harmless from the reduction in the property, in the taxable property values.
Trustee Hill's point, could you talk a little bit about the control we have over the tax rate for the M&O column here?
We have very little control over the tax rate for M&O. As I said earlier, we send the values to the Texas Education Agency, and they tell us what that maximum compressed rate is. We take that maximum compressed rate, and we add the voter-approved pennies that this district has had for many years. So that is the rate. There's very little wiggle room with that rate. The INS rate now, under this new legislation, says that it has to be calculated to show the minimum amount the district has to collect to pay its principal and interest. And then, should the Board of Trustees decide that there is a reason, perhaps a reason to defease some debt and to collect a little bit more, that has to be a vote that's approved by 60% of the Board of Trustees.
And Ms. Surkar, can you talk about the exemptions a little bit, the impact there? Obviously, individuals get a benefit. What about the school district?
The school district doesn't get a benefit. The school district collects less in tax revenue, and then our recapture payment goes down as well. So they really move together. Tax collections and recapture move together. It really doesn't benefit or harm us one way or the other, as long as the hold harmless calculations remain. And sometimes we see those get phased out.
Thank you.
I know historically, well, I get this question regularly, and I'm sure you do too. So at the tax rate that you're proposing specifically for the maintenance and operations, the M&O, we still are going to pay in about $17.6 million to recapture. So it's not that we are not collecting enough tax revenue in our community to pay for what we need, and in some cases to pay also for what we want. But we don't have access to all of our money.
Right. And we can't reduce the tax rate. A lot of times people ask me that. They say, why don't, instead of paying this $17 million in recapture, why don't we just lower the tax rate so we're not collecting as much? Well, the Texas Education Agency would penalize us and not give us and not allow us to keep our entitled funding. So that calculation would get reduced if we are not taxing at a certain rate. That's why TEA is really in charge of determining what that maximum compressed rate is.
Thank you, because that you bookended the rest of my question. Thanks.
Any other questions for Ms. Surkar?
Just one other, President Cabinet. Ms. Surkar, throughout this process, going back to the beginning, you talked about the things that the district pays for above and beyond the funding received. Can you talk about those elements? You talked about full-day pre-K, you talked about transportation, you talked about safety and security, you talked about special education. With all the monies that have been talked about, the $8.5 billion, et cetera, where does that land us even in this model in terms of the amount of support that this district has to chip in to pay for those, to keep those areas whole?
So we still have significant gaps in special education funding. I believe the last number we had was about $6.5 million gap there. We do know that there is additional funding that is going to be coming from recent legislation. It will not hit this year's budget, but will hit next year's budget. We have no idea how much that's going to be. I do not believe it will be enough to close that gap. We still have a gap of over $700,000 in safety and security because we are required to have security guards on every campus. And the city of Coppell is contributing over $750,000 worth of expenses for the student resource officers that are on our campuses. Even with that, even with the city contributing, the district still has a significant gap in providing for safety and security based on the funding that we get. Pre-K Pre-K is still funded at 50% of average daily attendance. However, the state has taken funding for the early education allotment, and they will be pulling that out of district funding and distributing it to those districts that provide full-day pre-K, and then taking whatever's remaining and issuing that out. We don't know exactly what that number is going to be, but we still have a gap in pre-K funding. Transportation is a significant expense, and we still have a gap for that. So we did receive about $2.9 million in funding that we can use to plug up some of these gaps, but we still have millions that we're required to provide that we don't have funding for.
Thank you.
Questions from Ms. Sarkar?
President Cavanis, could I request a point of personal privilege? I'm sorry I didn't ask you about this further, but before, I just wanted to mention that tomorrow at the City Council meeting, they will be recognizing Barbara Lee, who is the wife of Richard J. Lee. And I thought it was appropriate to mention, since our school, we have a school named after Richard J. Lee. Tomorrow, I don't know if it's her actual birthday tomorrow, but council will be recognizing that she is 90 years old, and I think she has spent almost every day of those 90 years in Coppell. So she is a native Coppellian and has lived all of her 90 years here. And again, I thought it would be appropriate to mention to you in the community, since one of our schools is named after her husband and by extension her. And so tomorrow night at the City Council meeting, especially if we could have some Lee elementary students and school board members attend and support Barbara Lee. So I wanted to mention that. Thank you, President Cavanis.
Welcome.
So just one quick note concerning the elementary campus configuration planning. So we will be starting 5 neighborhood meetings. Our first one will be Thursday. We will be at Lakeside. We'll have 3 next week and then 1 the following week. Give us an opportunity to visit with. At 3:30, we'll visit with our faculty on each campus, and then 5:30 we'll visit with the neighborhood group. Great discussion. We encourage everyone to attend the one in your neighborhood, find out more about really the situation the school district is in. We will try to keep the finance discussion to a minimum because we really want to hear from you in regard to what we consider to be some key questions. And so we'll be going through that process starting Thursday. A lot of it is driven off of the declining enrollment in elementary. I do want to give you an updated figure. As of about 4 o'clock, we have 5,180 students currently enrolled in PK through 5. The demographer had projected 5,223, so we're 43 short of that. Most of the discrepancy is PK and K. All of the others are really close. What we will see, I believe, is our first day numbers will be lower than that. We'll have some that will be no-shows, and then by the time we get to after Labor Day, we anticipate that number to come back up. So we'll keep you informed of that. And remember that we will not be sending the demographer current numbers until September the 4th. So that's going to give us a chance to really get some good, solid numbers in place. So pretty, just a really brief update, but you're going to hear much more about this in days to come. So.
Is that it on the?
Yeah, that's all the work session topics.
And that one?
Right.
Perfect. That will take us then to our action item for tonight, item A, which is discussion and action regarding the recommendation to relocate a reimagined New Tech High School at Coppell onto the Coppell High School campus beginning in the 2026-2027 school year. So
from our meeting a couple weeks ago, toward the end, one of the questions was posed, so why the recommendation? And so I want to spend just a few minutes looking at the rationale for relocating and kind of go through this a little bit. First of all, I think it's very important to keep in mind that there was a recommendation to relocate New Tech. This was made by the Coppell Efficiency Review Committee, or CERC, in May 2025. Along with that, there have been other committees in the past. You've had bond committees, you've had just various different ones for the history of the school district to really look at what those how to handle new tech, declining enrollment, things like that. And many of those committees also focused on the relocation factor. We had a new tech team that was formed on or around June 2nd, my first day in the district. This was a diverse team. It was made up of new tech parents, it was made up of new tech parents, students. We had 5 new tech students, and we also had new tech employees on this, along with members of our CERC and just different people in the community. We had 28 total. But again, equal representation between new tech and people from CHS as well. So we wanted it to be as diverse as possible. We had 4 separate meetings. We looked at different options, and really there were 2 options that resonated to the top. The first option was to relocate and reimagine to the Coppell High School campus. The second one was to reimagine, open limited enrollment, and reimagine at the current site. There were 22 people a couple weeks ago that voted, and 17 believed that the best solution was to relocate. There were 5 that voted to keep as current. Another rationale, number 3, we do believe that it does allow for use of existing staff in a variety of ways. We will be relocating. I think one of the comments was that 82% of any school budget is personnel. Great fact. We will, though, whether new tech stays where it is or relocates, we will be adjusting staffing. We believe that that has to happen. Really, what we would be talking about would be this would allow for the opportunity for different staff, even some at the CHS campus, if they receive PBL training, could be able to offer some different courses and electives there. The operational and transportation expense would be reduced through relocation to the tune of about $500,000 annually. That would take place through no longer having to do shuttles, parking expenses, utilities, things of that nature. And so that would be a real expense in the relocation. The bond fund, number 5, the bond funds would be available at either site. We do agree with that. Bond funds would be available. I think as you look at it, you do have to have some forethought from this standpoint. If the new tech program were to close at some point, if it is relocated and you put the resources needed to retool or to be able to, I hate to use the word reimagine, but if you do the expansion project at CHS, if new tech were to close, those classes could still be used for instruction. If you take the funds, you take bond funds and you put it at the current location, and you do a refresh there and do some different things, should new tech close, then that campus would become vacant at that point, and the bond funds would really use of those bond funds would become obsolete. And so I think this is a big consideration why it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense to put bond funds in the existing building. Next, there is a factor that students do transfer from new tech back to CHS, and some of the reasons that they state are different things, like they want some course access to things that are not offered at new tech but are offered at CHS. If they are if the relocation does take place, then those students would have the opportunity to take different classes within CHS without having to shuttle. The shuttle has always been something that's been one of the reasons that the students are just not as comfortable sometimes going to New Tech is because they would have to shuttle back and forth between the two. And then finally, there is the core friend group. Sometimes students want to go to school with their friends, and if their friends are at CHS, then they're more likely to stay at CHS. In the relocation plan, the students would be able to spend time with the New Tech students during classes, but would have lunch and possibly some other classes with the CHS students. Finally, it's my belief that by relocating New Tech onto the Coppell High School campus, it would provide for the best opportunity for long-term success, and I think that is very key. Relocation would provide cost avoidance to the tune of, again, just operational cost alone, about $500,000 annually. That, by relocating, would help offset some of the deficit that is being incurred currently at New Tech. That would, in my opinion, it would quieten some of the sense of urgency to make sure that we're getting the expenditure at New Tech in line with what it needs to be. So therefore, it would allow time and an opportunity for a reimagined New Tech. It would give everyone an opportunity to realize that money's not being lost there, so to speak, and it would give everyone an opportunity for New Tech to grow. So that's the rationale. I want to go back to the recommendations one more time and talk about the components of those, and then we'll have discussion and answer some questions. So the components of the recommendation: that there be a dedicated space to facilitate New Tech learning model. We've spent a lot of time talking about that. We have had a session already with our team discussing about some things that the facility needs to look like, and I think that's incredibly important. And we have had conversations with the architect. We understand that there's going to be a tight window, and so a lot of the planning components should be taking place as soon as possible. There will be staffing consistent with CISD standards. What does that mean? That means that we would be staffing according to the need for currently 257 students is what we have enrolled today, anticipating starting on Wednesday. So we would be in 26-27 aligning that. However, I will say that there will be specific positions targeting New Tech, what I'm calling non-negotiables. What does that mean? A position such as our culture coordinator, assistant principal, whose job full-time would be to be on campus and work with our principal, Mr. Porter, in ensuring that New Tech culture can transition over. Another non-negotiable, a counseling position. It makes no sense to me having someone that's been a high school principal. Sometimes when a student needs to see their counselor, they need to see their counselor now. They don't need to go down a hallway, find the counselor suite, and wait till their counselor can see them. To me, it's important to have that counseling position. Other positions, one thing that Mr. Porter feels like is a definite need is the continuation of the FUSE program. And so there would be a dedicated FUSE position for New Tech going forward. So I think things like that, where we will have the same number of core teachers per student, if that makes sense, but you're going to see some specific positions targeting these New Tech non-negotiables. I've actually listed that for you in your packet, and you can see that as a part of the recommendation. It's on the second page of the packet that I provided. For the 26-27, we would be recommending 9 teaching positions in core subject areas and Spanish, 3 teaching positions in STEM, including FUSE, 1 teaching position in SPED, and a SPED paraprofessional position, with the realization that student count and ARD could change that. office support position, 1 secretary, half a receptionist, or an office clerk. And then other positions that would be shared with CHS, like a speech pathologist, diagnostician, things like that. I will say that future staffing of these other positions would be adjusted based on enrollment in years to come. My recommendation would be those dedicated positions. And the dedicated would be that assistant principal position, counseling position, things like that remain in place. That, in my opinion, will help build new tech. Growth and expansion with renewed marketing emphasis, I think, is important. I think that would allow for us to expand the network out. Right now, there is not a whole lot of traction for us to expand open enrollment. Again, a CERC recommendation was that open enrollment pretty much remain as is, but we would have the opportunity to go out in that limited open enrollment band and do a better job of marketing new tech. I agree wholeheartedly. The most important work that can be done in the marketing effort is in the middle school. Now, I am not going to, I have not been here long enough to know what kind of job the counselors do in marketing that, but I do think that a dedicated effort to creating opportunity for students to see what new tech is all about is important. The next thing, the schedule and the traffic flow have to be crafted for new tech standalone atmosphere. I think this is an important phase in this. The schedule itself, what we had talked about would be the schedule would start 45 minutes earlier. We would dismiss 45 minutes earlier as well. This provides an opportunity that the traffic flow is not as bad when buses are coming and they're dropping off students for CHS, and so that would create that opportunity. Also, that flex schedule, that 9th period, does create an opportunity for some students that want to take a 4 and 8. I'll give you an example. One of the new tech students is actually on the varsity basketball team. We recognized her at the meeting last 2 weeks ago. And so she would, I would think that Coach Pell would like for her to be in the athletic class 4 and 8. And so what she would do is she would come in when all the CHS students start. And so that 9-period day creates a lot of flexibility for the students. And I think that's an important feature of this. The traffic flow and their own entrance is an important component as well. But the traffic, the schedule, all of that has to work together. Finally, the project teams are, in my opinion, the key to long-term success. We talked about those 2 weeks ago. Project teams would be one that would be culture and connection. Garrett Volker is who we would be targeting to lead that team. Programs and offerings, Mr. Porter and Dr. Brooks would be working with that team. We have a facility and logistics, and that is Sid Grant and Mr. Porter as well. And then our birthday girl, Amanda, would be leading what we are calling our growth and expansion team. Again, her working in our communications department with marketing, but also that insight because she does have a student that would be someone that would be looking at going into new tech. Terms of recommendation. I believe that to allow for new tech to succeed, I would be recommending that new tech stay at the Coppell High School campus and through the 29-30 academic year. That is 4 years from when it moves in 26-27. That would give them an opportunity to build the program over 4 years. I will say that if we had to look at what that magic number is, that's really going to differ when it comes to how much we're paying teachers and things like that. But it's much more sustainable on the Coppell High School campus, even when you have 257, if it is a standalone at the current location. One of the things that I would recommend is that there be an annual report to the board. I would like the annual report, I would recommend that it be done in October. That report would be put together by district staff, Mr. Porter, and reconvening those committees or those teams. I think those teams would need to look at the effectiveness of the programs and offerings. The team would need to look at effectiveness of the expansion efforts and how they are doing with culture. Facility and logistics, when the building opens, I don't see that quite as an important step, but I do think that they would need to weigh in as well. So I would recommend the report take place in October. That report would look at everything from those items, and they would also look at enrollment trends. How are we doing with enrollment? How many freshmen do we have? You know, things of that. Sorry, rookies. How many rookies do we have, and what would that? Because you build from the ground up, so to speak. So a couple of different things in the recommendation from when I presented last time. But I do think that that term, I know there's been question about what is the board commitment, but I think this would be an opportunity for you to go on record and say that it will remain in place through 29/30 with that annual report. And then that annual report will continue to drive the work going forward. So that is my recommendation and rationale, and I will yield for questions at this point.
I was going to say, why don't we, as we move on to this item here, why don't we, if you have questions first, ask questions of Mr. Williams, and then once we get questions answered, if you guys want to have some discussion around the horn, we can move into that.
I think one question that I hope is kind of an easy one, but it's a compare and contrast. So thank you for the work that you have done and for getting such great participation by so many new tech people on such short notice over the summer. I think it has demonstrated a commitment by our community, not just staff, that people have shown up and participated and really just kind of had a voice. So thank you for that work. I appreciated when we last talked about new tech that you brought us renderings of what it would look like if it was at CHS. It's hard, I think, when you know what one thing looks like and you're trying to imagine or picture and make it make sense for yourself. Similarly, on the compare and contrast, I'd love for you to kind of paint a picture for us so we know what it looks like if we move to CHS. If new tech stays where it is, what does that look like as far as staffing? What is, like, how would things look different? Because we're not talking about if it gets voted down tonight, it's staying status quo with what we experienced this past school year.
Yeah, I really don't think, I don't know, again, I work at the will of the board, so we probably would have to revisit and come back with a different recommendation later. I think the key is the staffing model must be altered. I don't think that is a question. Right now, based on 257, the number that we've talked about, the difference between the revenue that the student count is bringing in and the expenses, we've been talking about around 750,000. That was on a 275 model. 257 would be closer to probably around 900,000. And so that is a little, again, that number continues to grow. I think the only thing that you can do is you have to look at beginning to change the number of teachers. Hesitant to answer this in open, but you do have 4 English teachers. You got 4 English teachers for 257 students. At the high school, you're going to have 2 English teachers for those 257. So when we say consistent with CISD standards, that's what we're referencing. Now, programs like Fuse, I believe, would continue to remain. I think that that's a commitment that should happen, along with CTE offerings. But you would have to make some personnel decisions. The other thing, in my opinion, is, again, you would continue to have the question of to what level of deficit can you carry going forward, and you will continue to have those operational and transportation costs. So I think that's a factor. The other thing that I think has to be looked at is whether or not bond funds would want to be put in the existing. And, my concern or my thought there is if you did put bond funds in the existing facility and the facility closes, what do you do with that building going forward? Whereas at CHS, if D Hall, that southwest corner, is renovated and for whatever reason, New Tech closes at some point, then that would create some additional classrooms for CHS to use.
I appreciate how far you went without going too far, because the reality is we're not talking about a decision to relocate New Tech and completely change it and reimagine it versus keeping New Tech where it is and nothing changing. Something has to give.
Yeah, and the reimagining, I think, is important. If New Tech
Regardless.
were to stay, I think reimagining is important. I think how can we change some offerings? What's that going to look like? And again, some tough choices would be made there as well.
Thank you. Those were my kickoff questions. President Cavanis, I'll cede the floor and come back around if I have stuff that doesn't get answered.
Any other questions for Mr. Williams?
I did. So one of the things that we've heard historically, right, not just in the conversations here, but since the inception of it, for students needing a smaller space to operate in, right, the anxiety that students feel, et cetera, that has only grown since 2020. How do we address those students that need that? Because anxiety is real, and going into a large space like that, creates a lot of challenges, for students in many cases. How do we address those needs? Because the other way that I've seen people address it is they would go to Victory Place, right? So just a little bit in terms of dealing with that.
So the dedicated spaces is the first key. And as we talked about what the dedicated space looked like, I don't have the picture in front of me, but there would be a separate entrance and for students. Students would not enter at 8 o'clock or 8:45 with every other student. Now, I will say, students that drive, they would still park in the CHS student parking lot, and they would walk, but the majority of them would be walking at 8 o'clock before the mass gets there at 8:45. And so I think the separate facility is important. The other thing that I think is important in assisting those students is that counselor. Again, part of the reason that I believe that the dedicated counseling position for New Tech students is vital, is that counselors with those kids every day. And they would have the opportunity to be with them in classes, lunchtime, things like that. In my opinion, that's probably more important than the separate facility itself. And then you look at your principal. You also look at that culture coordinator. All of those positions are those dedicated for what I would consider to be the non-negotiables. And so that's, to me, I think that's how it's addressed.
And follow-on question to that, we keep talking about enrollment numbers, but just want to understand from your perspective in the conversations you've had, what should that enrollment number look like for the campus? Because we talked about staffing, we talk about those ratios.
So for everything to stay status quo, to make no changes, the number that we used so that it would be in a cost neutral would be 397 students. And so I think that's a difference of around 140 from where the current enrollment is.
All right, I'm going to stick with the parking theme since everybody's being quiet. So one thing I wondered about the parking, because I think about, we've talked a lot about the kids who, go to CHS to be in band or choir or maybe some accelerated class that New Tech isn't offering. But we do have a population of students at New Tech who New Tech is kind of their safe island, and they are choosing not to leave that campus at all, except for maybe their dual credit courses that are required for graduation. So that's made me wonder two things about the proposed plans that we've heard so far. One is just the safety of those kids if they are driving to school and parking, and if they have had issues with kids and they are choosing to not physically be at CHS. Are there safety issues and mental health issues potentially related to parking with the rest of the students? Like please staff, do not go crazy and hear me wrong on this, but I have wondered with the entrance being where it's being proposed to be, does some parking get shifted around so those kids aren't having to navigate the parking with all the CHS kids? And I've had something similar that I'm having a hard time sorting through on lunch. I know that you can use that back hall that runs along the windows and kind of comes down by the lecture hall to minimize not having to go down the main hall if you wanted to get lunch at CHS if we did move it. But those are two spaces that kids have to navigate, and they may be kids that are choosing not to ever leave New Tech. And so that's one piece that that I'm still really wrestling with, that I don't feel like we have a good solution for.
Yeah, the group that's looking at the facility and logistics, I think that's something that they will be looking at. I will tell you that, again, I don't foresee the parking as that big of an issue just because of the timing of it. They will, they're going to be arriving 45 minutes earlier than the majority of the student body. And so I do think that would provide that separation. We spent more time talking about parking than we did any other subject when we kind of laid out maybe that's an exaggeration, but we did spend a lot of time talking about who was going to park where. And so I think that's something that facility and logistics can continue to look at. And then you also, we also have a group that is going to look at the culture aspect and the connections aspect.
So what about lunch? I mean, if I'm a student, if we move forward with this and I'm a student who doesn't want to, never leaves New Tech now, basically my choice to not have to deal with the lunch situation is to bring my own lunch every day. Is that essentially?
Yeah, probably packed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, we have discussed them being able to go get their lunch, and if they opt to come back to New Tech to eat, they can. But we don't know right now if a system where they would somehow order and then have it delivered, I don't know. I think Mr. Porter's he's kind of got an opinion on that, and I'm not going to put him on the spot now, but he really doesn't feel like that is in the best interest of the student.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
but again, that's something that we'll continue to work through those kinds of logistics.
Williams, talk about, as you've gone through this process the last 2-3 months, 2.5 months, just like the work you've done, but in terms of, staff being on board, and I know, Mr. Porter, you sat at the table with us a few meetings ago and very much appreciated that and your insight there. But, kind of where are we in that journey with them, or, in terms of the recommendation? Is this something that is palatable? I know, for most people, if you ask my druthers, what's your preference, it's probably status quo. But given the situation, given what you're looking at being recommended, kind of what's the sense or what's the feel from our campus staff especially?
I am going to lean on you for that one.
On that first piece, do you have a sense for what the timing would look like for our staff in terms of job security and things like that, when we might be able to provide that sort of clarity under either of these options?
We would, I don't think that you can, I don't think you can categorically say that they're, everyone will have a job. That's, I don't think that's a fair assumption. I will say that given most high school teachers are 612 certified, it might not be that they have a job on the CHS campus. It might be at a middle school. It might be at 9. And so I can tell you that in a district this size, we had 100 new teachers at that new teacher at the new teacher breakfast. And so there's going to be systematic turnover. That time frame, we always know better when we get into the spring. Us being able to tell them, in 2 weeks that yes, you definitively have a job going forward, that's not fair. We want to be as transparent as we can, and looking at the reality of the number of positions that do turn over in a school district.
Taking a step back, Mr. Williams, about that, you've spent some time now kind of deep diving into this with the staff, as well as knowing kind of what we've done before. But maybe fair to say that, with 82, 83% of our budget in staffing, we're at the point where those decisions are where we have to look for budget.
Yeah, those are going to have to be made one way or another. Now, again, the recommendation tonight is to relocate. If the decision is to not relocate, expect another recommendation coming back soon, what it's going to look like if it stays on site. And it will have to be, in my opinion, you need to staff at standard. And so I don't think that really changes that, that conversation. That conversation probably is going to have to take place anyway.
Follow-up question I had to Mr. Porter's comment also is like the teams that you're forming now for this, because this is not going to happen like tomorrow, right? Whereas if we were to vote on this, it would happen next year, right?
Correct.
So there are teams that would be in place to focus on the concerns that you were bringing up about culture and how do you retain the things and how do you work on the schedule pieces to mix well with CHS in terms of the events and things that you're putting on, right? Is that what I'm taking?
So we had our first meeting last Monday, and that was just organizational more than anything, to get the teams in place, to talk about dates and things of that nature. But the teams will have to stay in place whichever direction we go. Probably won't be as much conversation about culture, but there will be a lot of conversation about programs and offerings. There has to be, just from the standpoint that are there things that could be offered that could attract students anew? So.
I appreciate both of you, Trustee Bentley and Superintendent Williams, mentioning that we're discussing this recommendation today. And if we don't move forward with this one, we can't do the status quo. That would just mean that we need another recommendation exploring something else more deeply. So I appreciate that context. I have a question about timeline. Can you talk about why the impetus for doing it so quickly? So, for example, not thinking of, let's have New Tech exist on the way the campus it is now for 2-3 more years, and then roll into this. Why the speed and the timeline that you've chosen for this recommendation?
So we opted to take this issue on first, this topic, simply because if we are to relocate, then we need to get architects engaged in the process. The architects would rather have started June 1st in talking about a project for next year. But as soon as we can give them the go-ahead that, yes, we are relocating, then they can begin that. We've got something called a design charrette scheduled for next Monday afternoon where we have our facility and logistics team that will come in to meet with the architect about what new tech at the CHS campus is going to look like. And so if we decide not to relocate, then we'll cancel the design charrette. But that has to be started so that we can begin to get definitive plans in place. The architects can go to work. The project can be bid out. We can get construction companies aligned. So it's we've got about 10 weeks next summer to get the work done, and you can do that. But the day school ends, they need to be knocking walls down, so to speak, instead of having to delay to get supplies and materials and all of that. Now, to answer the why now instead of 2 or 3 years from now. So we're presenting an $8.5 million deficit in this year's budget. Keep in mind that if we do not take some very significant steps in the budget, that 8.5 this year probably will go to, and I will not speak for Ms. Serkar, she knows the numbers much better than I do, but I would think that 8.5 goes to 10 next year, simply because we're not going to be increasing in enrollment, probably declining, and we also are going to be on the hook for whatever raises we decide to give any non-teaching salary. And I guess teaching salary would also be on, and I hate to say on the hook, but we estimate that we may be giving another $2 to $3 million in raises next year. And so with those factors, that 8.5 probably turns into a $10.5 million deficit. And so that's the reason that 26, 27, at some point, if we are intent to reduce the deficit, we have to take significant action. Even if we were to rework personnel, at New Tech, we're still going to have the operational expense, and that's just the reality of operating a building separate and apart that students have to be shuttled to another campus and all of those logistics. So I think that's the thought behind why the action now for the decision, and then 26, 27 for the year. If we were to wait 2 years, if we waited 2 years and we did everything else, but the operational cost would still cost us $1 million if we waited 2 years, if that makes sense. So,
million out of 8.5 or 10 million. I know we have a lot of work on this dais to do to find that other 8 to 9 million.
And by the way, I want to emphasize that this group is going to have a number of tough decisions ahead of them to be able to begin to reduce 8.5 million. It's not as simple as renegotiating a contract here or selling some ad spaces there. It's got to be significant and sustainable. I think that's the word I used way back in June. And what does that mean? That means that to move from 8.5 to balance, you've got to make some significant changes, and those changes have to be on an annual basis. So.
And I also appreciate with whatever recommendation we move forward with, I love that annual report to the board. I mentioned at the last meeting, whatever we do, I want there to be a plan with benchmarks and actionables that we monitor and verify. So I love that piece. I would offer up, I love an annual report. I might even want something more often than that if I could give my input on that. I would also, as a side note, last meeting you also mentioned coming in, I think of you as like a special ops. If this was something passionate that you would follow through for a time being out. So I would love if with this recommendation, or either recommendation, frankly, is I want benchmarks, a plan, and then I would love to know your involvement if you were able to speak to that.
having been the permanent superintendent of a school district, I would want to make sure the new leader that you select would be comfortable with the interim coming in and continuing in his role as special ops. I am pretty secure in who I am, and I wouldn't struggle with it at all. And I mean, you know, and that's me. Also, I'm new to the district. I would be spending quite a bit of my energy and time working holistically, and this is fairly focused work. And so the answer would be, if the new person is comfortable, then absolutely would enjoy this work continuing going forward. So, you know, I have said a couple of times, I believe, pretty much to Angela and Zane, love to be there the first day next year when the students walk into the brand-new facility. I think that would be pretty cool. So, yeah, the answer would be, if that's something that that the new superintendent would be comfortable and you all be comfortable with, I'd love to continue in that consultant role. So, did I answer that question?
Vote on this recommendation. I just kind of want to have an idea of what this component is compared to what we might look at moving forward, but.
Yeah. And the other piece now, I want you to know that the people that are going to be facilitating these groups are longstanding employees that have vested interest in making sure that this program is successful going forward. And it's also important that that the way we have structured this is that Angela will be the point, not necessarily for accountability. These people hold themselves accountable, but yet being able to coordinate those efforts. I think it's important for the facilitators to come together and say, this is what we've got going on. Example, if culture and connections feels like we've got to have a different way to get our kids from new tech to the cafeteria, then they need to be communicating that with facility and logistics. And so they've got to have that coordination. And again, part of the reason that I set it up, if you'll notice, Ms. Brown is not a part of any team. I expect her to continue to coordinate all efforts. And again, if that's something that I could do going forward, then again, would love to as well. So,
2 more questions about this recommendation. So, number 1, how does the New Tech Network feel about this, or have we reached out to the New Tech Network in any capacity? And then number 2, what are the odds of how a school within a school functions and success rate? Has there been any thought of looking at what are the trends for people who have tried this, and does it work long term?
So I think unless you are incredibly intentional, it's not going to work. Candidly, keeping it at current site, in my opinion, has less likely of an opportunity for it to continue to work. Now that, again, 2.5 months of having done this, I don't see how new tech at the current location is long-range sustainable. I think that if we are diligent in the work, we continue to have good structure in place. You've got talented people leading this team, but you've also got talented people on those teams. I will tell you, I think we spent a total of about 38 minutes the other night, but there was some really good conversation that was started. And a lot of it, kind of had to be started with talking about what the roles would be and the mission, the objectives of the team. I think that increases the odds. Intentionality in anything increases the odds, and I think that the likelihood that it is successful, a lot of it will be dependent on the work that team does and your administration, your leadership. Not putting a lot on him, but I mean that is the calling. So now New Tech has not been notified. I don't know what that would look like. My assumption would be, because it will have its own PEAMS designation, it will be truly its own campus. I believe, I don't think that that would affect status.
schools, but that there's not an issue with us still being a new tech school on another campus.
So, Mr. Williams, two quick questions then. Moving to CHS, what happens to the existing building? What's the value there and the benefits and uses?
So we formed another team. We have lots of teams around here. We have a property and facilities team made up of your board president, Trustee Powers, and then Mr. Grant, and then I believe we invited 8 community members, and they had their first meeting to look at not just the possibility of the new tech building being vacant, but also Pinkerton. We are going to be looking at the possibility of an elementary campus or campuses being vacant. And so that group is beginning to have conversation about some possibilities. Now, I would anticipate that that group will be reporting to you sometime after October the 6th. I know their last meeting, they're going to get together and really talk about what they believe plans could be. Property in this community is valuable. And I think that if the district has an asset, that they need to be strategic in how they're using that asset. And now I am not a part of that team. For one, I would be ill prepared to serve on that team because, I don't think I've ever spent a night in Coppell. And that's a factor, right? The rest of these team members, they live here. They've been a part of it. Sid doesn't live here currently, but he's been here a long time. And so I think that group is going to have insight into feasibility of not just the new tech campus, but all the district properties.
And second, and a follow-up question. So we talk about the new tech model and we talk about transition. What does a transition look like? Because there are two parts for me. One is for students who are part of this model who want to graduate with a new tech degree. That would be one. The second part of the model is if the model is not successful in transition, what does that new model look like? And how quickly can you get a new model up and running if you're changing the instructional model for a standalone campus?
Might ask you to rephrase. I got a little in the second question now.
Okay, the second question is, we talk about the reimagining. What does that look like if the new tech network is not a part of this and we're creating another independent education opportunity?
Yeah, new tech will be a part of it going forward.
Okay.
I think that's the first. I think the question would be when there is a determination made after 2930 that it is no longer feasible. And again, feasibility, it is much more feasible relocated even at 257 than it is in current. But that determination would be made after the 2930 school year. I don't know if I can forecast what that would look like, whether it would just be we are folding back in or we are stopping at this grade and then students transition back into CHS. That is about the time that CHS 9 would be projected to come back. And I don't know that exact time frame, but I do know that at some point, because of declining enrollment, there's a chance that CHS 9 would be closed and those students would come back to one campus. So
10 years. Just so people
10
in the
years.
community aren't out there talking and speculating, we've been told about 10 years.
So, yeah, that math would only be, what, 5? So, yeah.
So I have one more question, and Sid may need to participate in answering this too, but if we move forward with this recommendation, we're talking about $5 million in bond money. Is that correct, to refresh D Hall?
I don't think it would be 5, and I don't, Sid has worked with the architects. I don't know if we have an exact yet.
We do not have an updated number yet, although they are working on an estimate. Yes, you're correct. It would not be. It would
Be less than 5, Sid?
be less than 5.
Okay. And I know you are amazing, but I also know we have other things potentially on the schedule if we stuck with the bond schedule for construction next summer. So what is the likelihood that construction is going to go smoothly to move CTE into the current fine arts space at CHS, and that we would actually have this open and ready to go and not a mess of a punch list, August 2026? And give me your conservative estimate of likelihood, not the, because I know you work miracles, and I know you ask our contractors to really step up. But if we move forward with this, obviously, how likely we think this is matters.
Okay, great question. Thank you so much. As Mr. Williams mentioned, this is something that, should the board choose to relocate New Tech to Coppell High School, we would immediately start working with Corrigan, with the very first step being next Monday with a design charrette with our New Tech team, working directly with the architect and looking at various things that they would want to see in that facility. Corrigan has agreed that they have the staff to hit the ground running, so that we would have drawings complete, we'd have estimates, we'd have everything ready to go to bid at the same time as the CTE Center. So while the projects would, in a sense, be kept separate and we'd know what each one cost, we would want to bid them together in order to achieve economies of scale. So drywall person bidding 2 projects together instead of separately, hopefully get better pricing. So the plan is, if we, and you as a board, if you approve the guaranteed maximum price for the CTE Center and the reimagining of New Tech at Coppell High School, if this is approved, it's bid, it's approved in January, February, we would press for also, this is what they desire, would be to start the CTE Center just as soon as possible, hopefully in March. So we'd get a head start on the CTE Center. Secondly, as you know, between 6 and 7 years ago, we renovated most of Coppell High School. We took it a wing at a time. Ms. Springer, we played a little musical classrooms to free up a wing so that our general contractor, which was North Star, and the architect was Corrigan, so they could work on a wing at a time while school was in session. So the hope would be is that we could actually start on D wing, at least a portion of it, before school is out. Some of the more complex portions of the construction would be creating a new science lab, for example. That involves water, sewer lines, natural gas, ventilation, and things of that nature. So that's more complex. So if we could give them that area in March or April to get an early start on the more complex pieces of the renovation, it would be all the better. And that makes that 10 weeks go a whole lot more smoothly during the summer, because the other changes are really non-structural. We're talking about, maybe removing some walls, opening up spaces. There's nothing truly structural about what we're doing. the walls in that space are, you have columns, but you have your beams that are holding up the building, but the walls themselves between the classrooms are not holding up anything but the wall. So I feel comfortable about the timeline as long as we could start immediately, working with our architect, getting the design made, bidding it in late November, early December, bringing it to you for consideration in January, at the January meeting, best case scenario, and then turning the contractor loose to get started on what makes sense to get started.
Will the fine arts students that are currently in CHS, when that fine arts hall gets done or building, not hall, building gets done in October-ish,
Correct.
is the move going to happen like over winter break or immediately, or what's that kind of look like on the existing CHS spaces?
Speaking to Jerry Miller, the plan is to move in immediately.
Okay.
Yeah.
I figured knowing Jerry, but I didn't want to
Yeah.
make assumptions. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
The
you.
move will be immediate.
Mr. Williams, so this previous school year, we ended with about 316-ish students at New Tech. We're starting this year at 250. If this recommendation doesn't move forward and we keep the program at the existing building, and I want to make that distinction, program and building, what is the point of no return that we can't go back and say, okay, we need to move it over to the other campus? Is there a number of enrollment where as a standalone campus, this is not a feasible program to operate?
You know, I don't know if I've necessarily looked at that number. Right now, what I am sensing is there is a need for revitalization, and that has nothing to do with the person sitting on the back row. You know, I believe, and I've expressed this, I believe in him, and I'm excited about the work that he, Mr. Volker, are going to do in leading that. My concern is if there is not a dramatic change and we don't stem the tide, I don't know if there's a magic number. You know, I don't have the number, you know, the exact numbers in front of us, but we've got more upperclassmen than we do rookies. And at some point that has to change. And, you know, and so I don't know if it gets to the point that there's 200 standalone, at some point you can only reduce staff so much, and that margin, and I hate to use the word deficit, it's not profit and loss, but that the cost to operate the district only will continue to outpace what the revenue that's brought in. And so I wish wish I could be more definitive than that. But to me, I think it's a feel. I just think that at some point, when students enroll, when you have that rookie class of 90, and they begin to talk about, you know, who recruits it best, those rookies, to talk to their 8th grade friends and the things that are going on, and you wouldn't believe the space that we have and the fact that we are incorporated into CHS when we want to, and the rest of the time we're doing our own thing. So
what I hear then is, in that scenario, we run the risk and a very high probability of a death by 1,000 cuts scenario, just to right size the staffing and where we need to be with operating a facility.
you know, I think where you are, based on the work that we have done for now going on 2.5 months, something has to change. There has to be a tangible difference in the program. And the kids that are there, I want to say this, the kids that are there are phenomenal young people. See one sitting on the front row who has been at every meeting. and has a heart for students. I hope one day she becomes an educator, but now that's just me. But getting to know those kids and just the quality of young people that they are, it's not the kids. It really isn't. And I don't believe it's leadership. He just finished his first year. I think the dynamic of it, redefining some narrative, creating some opportunity. Again, we've even talked about being able to, I think it will become a recruitment tool a little bit so that students can go directly from 8th grade to CHS if they opt to go to New Tech. To me, I think that is going to be, I don't know how many you'll get, but I think that you may get some students that, you mean I can be on the high school campus? Well, I'm all in, let's go. And so I think you're going to have some of that. But, more than anything, and I don't want to predict. I hate to forecast the negative, but again, I believe that this conversation will continue to come up. I don't have the history of the district, but I do know you would have bond committees and you would have different studies that would be done, and relocating New Tech was always a discussion point, and I think it will continue to be so. Again, I think Mr. Porter and Mr. Volker are going to be incredible in what they do. I just want to give them the best chance possible to be successful. And in my opinion, this is it.
President Cavanis, I'll push back a little bit because I think what I'm hearing Superintendent Williams say is that status quo is not an option. I agree with that. There's continuing with what we're doing. Just offering something is not true choice. In order for it to be a true choice, it has to be intentional and has to be supported. This is one recommendation that shows that intentionality and support, but the other recommendation that we would have to follow through would also have to have that intentionality and support. I agree with you that just allowing New Tech to exist and it isn't a choice. The choice we have here is this one recommendation. If we opt not to do that, we would work through another recommendation that my expectation would have these same elements of intentionality, support, planning, benchmark, all those things. I don't think any of us, we can't support we cannot have something that we do not support as a district. Hard stop. This is one example of that. This recommendation is one recommendation, but if we were not to do this, there should be another recommendation of how do we have those same numbers, the 120 kids, how do we get 120, 130 kids with intentionality? I think that's been the missing piece in the past several years. That's the difference right there. Doug Williams has seen that in the 2.5 months that he has been here. Just think of what we could do if we had more time to that. So although, yes, I agree with you, I don't agree with the death by 1,000 cuts. It does if we just sit there and do nothing and let it just waste away, obviously. But if there's intentionality and support from the district, I think a different recommendation would have to come with that. So I just want to offer that up to you.
I appreciate that, but what you would have to also do with that intentionality is overcome the barriers that our students are telling us are creating the declining enrollment. In addition to that, you don't solve the financial situation that we have, which leads to where we are now is having to find ways to operate with reduced staff. So if we go with that route, that recommendation would also have to come with some things we've already been told are alternatives to finding the $1.5 million in savings, and that could be eliminating our fine arts and theater at 9 in our middle schools. That could be our STEAM and art teachers at our elementary schools. That could be our librarians, and nurses, and replacing them with aides. There's a whole list of things we're going to have to be willing to talk about, in a scenario like that, because I know $1.5 million is only $1.5 million, but it's about 18% of our projected deficit this year. We're not going to solve it with one fell swoop, and it's going to take, a series of being fiscally responsible and being the fiduciaries we are for the taxpayer in order to solve the budget issue that we're in, which is why I'm I think we're having this conversation today.
Can I offer something real fast? It seems like we've kind of exhausted the questions and getting more information. So I think we are now at the point where we need to have a discussion. So I'm going to make the motion so that we can discuss the motion of the recommendation. Then whenever we're done with that discussion in terms of the merit of the recommendation, we can have a vote and then we can figure out what's going on, if that's okay.
Same page.
Okay.
You got the floor.
All right, I move that the Coppell ISD Board of Trustees accept the recommendation to relocate a reimagined New Tech High School at Coppell onto the Coppell High School campus beginning in the 2026 and 2027 school year as presented.
Second. So we have a motion and second to accept the recommendation to relocate, of the interim superintendent to relocate a reimagined New Tech High School at Coppell onto the Coppell High School campus beginning in the 2026-2027 school year. And I will open the floor up for discussion.
I'll lead that off.
Does it need to be seconded?
He already seconded.
Oh, you seconded.
It was seconded by President of Cabinet. In regards to that, when New Tech was open, right, I'm the only one on here that when the campus opened and that whole intentionality, right, you need to have basically 100 students per class, right, and we've seen those numbers drop off over time. And to maintain that, right, so 125 was that targeted for the freshmen, rookies, and then moving on up, we knew that there would be attrition. You would estimate you would have about 100 that would graduate out. Obviously, we've seen that has changed. And to your point, President Cabinet, you talked about the sustainability, right? We talked about the financial piece. The intersectionality here is this culture piece, right? This is the piece that I'm keep looking at. And, you know, when my son was there, it was a culture piece. When that initial group was there, when Tabitha Branham led it, as you know, Mr. Williams, and that excitement and that thrill and how to get that excitement back. And I think your recommendations is a part of that. I truly do believe that. But when you look at the existing body that's there, the independence that they have, the space availability they have, and the culture, that is that challenge that I'm having in this conversation. Because yes, I can move them to the new space, absolutely. And for a short time, I believe that you could retain them. I don't. Based on the culture we have in the district and the students and the choices they like to make, I don't know, in my mind, if that is something that will be retained and sustained over time. I think their culture would be lost. Therefore, they would be assimilated into the main body just because of who and what we are in that regards. And that's the challenge that I'm trying to deal with here. And when I talk to the learners themselves, right, I get that same sense, right? And in just the recent classes of 23, 24, and 25, that ownership. And I don't know if that ownership would be there, and that is the thing that makes New Tech what New Tech is. And that's the challenge that I'm having in these conversations.
I understand that, I mean, it's just unfortunate that we are having to drive this discussion all because of, budget and deficit and whatnot. But I think, to me, the greater why here is the program efficiency and, of course, the financial stewardship, not just the deficit budget. I mean, that's something not exactly we are controlling locally. I also think that it's really important for us as a school district to be able to offer choice programs, especially now. New Tech is one of those, our strong choice programs. Thank you for all the work, thoughts that you and your team has put into this discussion. I love that we are choosing to keep the program and the discussion is moving towards how to make it better or more accessible or, meeting the students' need. That's what, drives our discussions mostly. It was different when it opened a few years ago. This is kind of our time and opportunity to kind of reassess, audit the program,
financially, and also are we still meeting the needs for those students? Are we creating the spaces at this campus or that campus that they can thrive, the program can thrive? Also, I think it's important for us to make sure that the uniqueness of the program is important, especially now that we are going to face competitions from other schools in the area. When we talk about the culture, I also think that, booster clubs, PTOs, along with their traditions, it's all kind of part of a culture of a campus. Are we going to bring all that along with the program? That's maybe not right away, but down the road. I'm just wondering about that. I'm also thinking about the IB program at the high school, which is not a school within school. It is just one of the program offerings, and I don't have a personal experience with IB. My kids did not choose IB, but I like the fact that our students are able to choose 100% graduate with IB diploma or just take a couple of courses just to get a taste of the IB program. I'm also wondering if we would be able to create those two-way possibilities for the students, with new tech model. But I do think that it's important to have that unique space for that to be really successful. It can be a different campus, or it can be a special place within another campus, but just to preserve that uniqueness of the program.
I'll jump in. I want to start kind of where you started. We're not having this discussion in a vacuum, right? It's because of the budget crisis that we're in, and I know everyone on this dais doesn't want to be having these types of discussions in our private capacity. I was side by side with some of you advocating with our legislatures to keep our tax money in Coppell ISD, and we got some funding, but not exactly what we needed. And so now we've got hard choices to make, and it's choices between one option and the other. And to your point, Trustee Walker, they're just choices. And we have to decide what we value and what we don't. I value the project-based learning model. I think we can keep that with the plan that you've come up with, Mr. Williams. I appreciate all the time and work that you've put into that. I think it's a good plan. I'm with you, Trustee Hill. I worry about the culture piece and whether or not you can keep that when you do move a program from its own facility to a facility where it's somewhat subsumed. But I think your project planning teams are a great way to address that. And at the end of the day, it's the people in this room who are going to decide whether that's successful, even if they don't necessarily agree with the way this goes. The amount that they pour into making this successful culturally on its own campus or on a new campus, some of that's out of our control, but I think you've come up with a plan that gives at least the option for success either way. So thanks.
I'll hop in here because at the beginning, Superintendent Williams, when you came on board, I said, Lee Walker, have an open mind. You come to this with a beginner's mind, right? And so I will echo what I've heard on the dais. This is a good plan. This is a good recommendation. It was thought out well. You've thought about a lot. You've asked a lot of people. This is exactly the type of recommendation I wanted to see. And so I get excited, frankly, about the next 2 years of what this might look like. And often when I come in and I know there's a vote, I haven't had to do this very often on my 9 years on the board because I've had a pretty strong leaning of where I would go, by the time we get to the vote. This time I've had a harder time. I had to sit down and, as my grandmother would say, take it to the yellow pad, right? And really write down and look at it, because you brought us a good recommendation. So thank you for that. And when we talk about intentionality, I would offer up to you that a huge part that we haven't talked about is the waffling of the board, and as a result, because the district gets their direction from the board, the district. And so I don't think we've really given New Tech a chance to really look to be what it could be. So I want to put that out there. That is an assumption that we've kind of assumed that we've done everything we possibly can, and I don't think that's the case. But when I got out my yellow pad and I wrote down, here are some things as governance and accountability, I thought to myself, what are strategic questions I ask myself for the next 5 years when I think about what Coppell ISD education looks like in Coppell ISD? My first one is, how do we handle this evolving educational landscape with an influence of private, charter, and vouchers? Number one. Number two, how do we handle our evolving demographics and home prices? We know who is moving here, and we know how can we continue to compete with people in that secondary student space. Number three, we have said as Coppell ISD that choice and strong choice is important to us. We have that with IB, Spanish, and New Tech. So how do we offer and support choice at all these levels? We've made that very clear at our elementary level with what we're doing with IB and DLI. What does that look like at the secondary level? And then fourth and foremost, I think that comes to mind is, how do we deal with the changing needs of our students? How do we give them real life, authentic learning experiences? How do we focus on social networking in an intentional way? How do we, in this world where everyone's head is down in their phone, how do we have them look up, present, and have oral communication skills? How do we focus on innovative educational experiences with a focus on philanthropy and real world experiences? That truly is what I think when we look at the next 5 years. That is what Coppell ISD, that's what I'm looking at strategically. Those are my questions. And I would offer up to you that one answer is New Tech. It is an established program that has been successful. And so I think, and you're going to see how I vote on this, that supporting what we have at its standalone campus answers these questions. Yes, I know we are in a budget crunch. I rebel a little bit, I don't know if that's the right word, against saying, hey, if we don't close New Tech, we're not going to have music at the elementary level, because our job here is to decide how we're going to deploy the resources that we have for the biggest bang for our buck. And so we are going to have to find $8 million someplace else. This is 1.5 that if we strategically use, I think that we can use it to attract and answer these questions that I said. So again, how do we deal with our evolving educational landscape? We know that we have competitors at a different level that did not exist 3 years ago. We know that the people logically who are choosing and can afford to move to Coppell ISD, this is not their starter home. This is their second or third home. They often have, we know they enter at the secondary level. So how do we make ourselves attractive at that? How do we continue to support strong choice? And then how do we deal with our changing students with their, not just their sense of mental health, but actually their skill set when they leave us? Who can go and have that job, those real world job experiences? How do we support that? And I would offer up to you that New Tech is the answer. So those are my thoughts in that space.
And I'd like to just chime in too. I want to make the distinction between New Tech is a school, right? It's not a program. And I think we keep using that word interchangeably. It's a program, and it's not. It's a school. You get a degree when you go out to college. You say, where do you go? I graduated from New Tech High at Coppell. Program is different. So I want to make that distinction there, because I don't want to make that interchangeable. It is not a program. It's a school. It's a school.
But that's not going away in the recommendation, correct, Mr. Williams?
Right.
Okay.
But just from the conversation, we
Get it.
use that interchangeably.
I don't.
Your microphone is always slower than everybody
I know,
else.
right? I think I don't want to get like soapboxy or sermony about anything, but Mr. Williams, I think when you came on, you talked about like serendipity or kind of like this is where you kind of felt like this is where you needed to be right now, right? And I think that is shown in the work you have done and the effort that you put in to organizing all of this and really diving deep into new tech and figuring out what to do. Another aspect of that is kind of what you hear in different places, and this is why I don't want to get sermony, right? I was at service on Sunday, and they were talking about like when the Israelites had to go to Babylon, and they were told to flourish, to plant your gardens, and do what you need to do within the space. And that it was a part of a service. It was part of talking to public school educators about what is happening in the Austin, what's happening for the legislature, what they're doing to us, what the Washington D.C. does in terms of taking funding away, but you still have to flourish. You still have to deliver for the kids that are in your district, and you still have to show up every day. And that was underscored for me in terms of a moment of serendipity when we were at convocation, listening to our, I don't want to name drop, but because I didn't ask him first, but the elementary teacher of the year, right? What he was talking about in terms of it doesn't matter who comes to a public school. Doesn't matter what that kid looked like. Doesn't matter what that kid did the day before. They show up and you take care of them, and you make sure that they're taken care of and they're loved, and you deliver the education they need. And so I want to kind of speak on that because to what Mr. Porter was saying, to what some of the learners might be feeling, to what some of the teachers might be feeling, about the apprehension about this entire situation. But to know that I speak for myself to say that when I'm looking at this situation, I am trying to keep that in mind and thinking, let us be the most positive we can to say whatever situation that we're going to land on, you're going to flourish anyway. We are going to do everything that we need to do to make sure that you flourish with whatever happens here, because that is the mission of all of the educators that first go to undergrad to get an education degree, right? They want to see, can I help a kid succeed? Can I see that light come on? That's what we're here to do. Now, with that kind of addressed, right, I do want to talk about the logic of this proposal and a little bit to Lee. I'm always in such alignment with you and your goals in terms of what you want to get to in terms of metrics and wanting to compete. But one thing I kind of underpins me for this entire thing is like the problem that was identified with the declining enrollment, right? Like how over decades or whatever, or the decade of a declining enrollment, and it seems like from what we've heard from individuals and surveys, whatever, that the disconnection from new tech or from CHS was a lot of the reasons why people weren't choosing to come there, and the shuttles and all that. And then the conversation that we had, I think the other meeting where we're talking, well, like just as much as there would be opportunity for new tech kids to take care of or to engage in things that are happening at the high school, now there's more, if you do this plan, there's more opportunity for the kids in middle school who did not choose to go to new tech to participate, because now they get to come from the high school campus and see that part of it. Now, there's logistical challenges up and down this thing, right? Like we see that, we know that, but their intentionality that you talked about how we're trying to deliver it here and what we're trying to do to try to make it work, that I think is very key. Now, on the competition point, this is where it gets interesting for me, right? Because yes, the landscape is changing for public education. It is a forced reduction, right? Not by us, not by by anybody else. The legislature is forcing these changes upon us and forcing a competitive environment. It's not like a natural competitor just kind of came up. We are being forced into this environment, so we have to compete in a way that is not fair, right? We can't just scale up and scale down like they can. They can purposely build how many ever schools and have a small class environment. However, what we can do, and this is something I've experienced. I went to a small high school, right? 150 kids. Like even if you're at a small high school with 150 kids, you got to find your people. Otherwise, if you don't find your people, you're going to get lost. And at that is the same goes for a school of 3,000 or 4,000. If you don't find your people, you're gonna get lost. And I think the goal of something that we're trying to do is make sure there's as many pathways as possible for a kid to find their purpose, their tribe, and find it the way to go. Now we have to do that in this financial environment where we have to make very difficult decisions. And we are trying to take smaller chunks from, I think, my view, right, is that we take smaller chunks from many things so you don't lose one thing altogether. And this seems like the thread the needle option that puts a shot in the arm of a new tech as well to give them a different space, a revitalized look and a different thing to see how it can grow, and at the same time addresses some of our budget challenges. That's my overall.
So normally during time of comments and discussion, I sit idle. My job is to present the recommendation and to answer questions. I do want to address one thing that Trustee Matthews said. I believe that, and you referenced a comment that I made, that I believe I'm here for a purpose. Purpose is not to close New Tech. The purpose is to help a school district that I strongly believe in, to help them navigate some incredibly important decisions. And this one was the first one we took on intentionally because we understand that there are certain timelines we have to hit to get ready for 26, 27. My recommendation is made by a number of factors, and we've talked a lot about that. In my world, 36 years as an educator, what you have to realize is whichever way this goes, we have to re-engage tomorrow. We must, because this does not solve the problem. It takes a dent out of the problem, in my opinion. Again, my recommendation, but doing it in a way that I believe the program can prosper long-term. People disagree, I get it. I mean, that is the world we live in. But what we must do is we have very important conversations that we have to start having to how we can move from 8.5, and again, I keep using that figure. Next year it will be 10.5 that we're going to have to come up with. How can we continue to do that? Because this district must maintain certain non-negotiables, and you know, that's why I'm here. In my opinion, that's my purpose, because I have the opportunity to have had many tough conversations over the years. I have made recommendations that have been much more controversial than this one, believe it or not. But yet, you still have to do what you believe is in the best interest of the school district as a whole. And so that's it in a nutshell. And by the way, this will not be the last recommendation I make before you transition to the next one. So I'm going to back up and push back again.
The intentionality that you have brought to us. When you came in and interviewed, that is what you said you would do. You have followed through. So you've been a person of your word. And when we look at the offerings here and the components, is the depth of it is much deeper than, I initially thought you would be bringing forth versus, what we've talked about in the past and having the discussion around the campus. And I look forward to the other discussions that we will have on these tough subjects, because I think you are driving us to think critically about the decisions that we make and what we hold on to and what we believe in. So I appreciate that.
And again, I appreciate that. I don't know if I've ever had an original idea. What I do, though, is I lean into what I believe to be an outstanding staff, but I feel like I can facilitate good conversation with them. And again, getting to meet people that I never met and that have had great conversation early on in the process. I met Meg Guerra. I know where Meg is. Meg is she is the president of New Tech PTO. But she has been, she's a tremendous leader, and I've enjoyed the conversation I've had with her. We have not agreed on every aspect of it, but she has been so receptive. And then again, you know, in meeting what I consider to be the perfect fit to lead the campus going forward. And so, if anything, it's I have had the opportunity of being able to facilitate some really good conversation. But this is not the last. I mean, we need to make a call on this one, and then we've got a lot of work to be done before mid-October, give or take.
Trustee Hill, I think, just piggybacking on your comment, I think, you know, in the work that Mr. Williams has done, you know, we sat in this room almost a year ago now, and the option before us was close New Tech, right? So we've come a long way, I think, in working through, and we rejected that option, right? We've come a long way, I think, in working through the issues, you know, that we have as a district financially, working through the declining enrollment district-wide, and you know, how do we solve that? You know, to get to this point tonight, I think we've made great strides, and again, you know, I've had conversations, you know, with some of our parents and New Tech community, and we don't agree on everything. I think we agree on a lot of things. The one thing that I think we all agree on in this room is you know, how do we take care of our students? And some of our more vulnerable students with, you know, we talk about social and emotional needs, and, you know, how do we make sure that they are protected and cared for, and they're getting the nourishment, you know, for lack of a better word, you know, that they need. And so I think, you know, in looking at this plan, I think, you know, we're at a point this plan will do that. It's not ideal, you know, I get it. I get it's not ideal. It's not, you know, I think what most people in this room would not want to do this, but, you know, we're at a point, we've got to make some choices between bad and worse, and bad, and none of it's fun and none of it's easy, but, you know, we've got to get the ball moving, you know, I think to your point, towards, you know, deficit reduction, and do it in a way that we still take care of all of our students. And that's where I think we are tonight.
Well,
For discussion?
yeah, I have really been wrestling with this for a lot of reasons. And you know, I feel like I know statements were made last year, and I'm certain that feathers are ruffled over all of that. And the reality is the context keeps changing, and we are making the best decisions that we can with real-time, contextual, factual information. And we are just in a time, much like we were in the 90s, where we were rapid growth, where we think we know what the context is, and the legislature meets or enrollment changes. And I've been thinking about, you know, what things looked like when my 2020 graduate started as a kindergartner. I mean, we had 2 kindergarten sections. Like, we were tiny, and there hadn't been change in a long time, and we thought Coppell was built out, which seems hilarious now to say, because then by the time he was in 5th grade, we were busting at the seams, and we were applying for all the elementary classrooms, most of them to be bigger and waivers, because we needed an elementary sooner than we had one. And so the reality is things are changing faster and more unpredictably than any of us would probably like. And so we are making real-time decisions the best we can. And I've been thinking a lot about the 257 kids that are at New Tech. Sorry. And I've been thinking about my 2 kids that went there out of my 4. So 2, it was the right place. And I've been thinking about, like, what would this decision look like for each of them? And would it have been right for both of them? Or would it have been right for one and not right for the other? And the first one went there because, you know, as a freshman, the first year we had 4 grade levels, he walked in and he's like, this is my place. And I'm glad I can go to CHS to do band. And he quickly realized CHS and band weren't his people, to your point, Joby, wasn't his tribe. And he really never left New Tech again, but he was inspired by teachers like Volker and Porter and some of the very people we're talking about. My second one who went there was there because we thought CHS was too big for him and too much for him to navigate, and his small personality and his quirkiness. And we were glad he could do choir. And the ironic thing is, he would stay at CHS for lunch after choir, and choir ended up being his people, except for a couple of really, really close friends at New Tech. So, as I think about this, there is no way when we make decisions up here for every decision to be 100% right for every single kid in the district. We are doing the best we can for the most of the kids that we can, and hoping that we're putting enough safeguards in place for the kids that it may not be a perfect solution for. And these are just really hard seats to sit in and decisions to wrestle with, because we know there's no way for everything to be right for every single kid. So as I've been thinking about this some more, the reality is, if New Tech stays put, and the fiscally responsible thing to do is to get the percentages with the teachers closer to what we have at CHS, I worry about, do we have a gem to market in the same way as we would have when it was robust? I mean, when my kids were there, we camped out, and that hasn't been the story for a really, really long time at New Tech. And the things we talk about, the misperceptions and all of these things that are out there in the community, they are the exact same things that I was correcting people in the grocery store about when my kids went there. People have not understood New Tech from the beginning, and that is something we've not overcome. So I will say the one place I kind of respectfully disagree is, I don't think the marketing is only at our middle schools. I think it needs to start actually probably late elementary school, and I think there might need to be some marketing done outside of our district, because there is just such a deep misunderstanding about what New Tech is. But I worry, if it stays where it is, that we are not going to have something marketable enough to draw people the way that we want to. And because of the things that we would need to do to get it in alignment with CHS and to make things equitable. So that's the part I've kind of been wrestling through over the last probably week or so in particular, and in depth, is we can't do the right thing for every single kid in the district. It just doesn't exist. And I want kids to have as many options as possible. And I don't want to cut all of our options in ways that the options don't really exist anymore. And we can say we offer a lot of things, but we don't really. So I like that we're talking about $50,000 a year of investment in marketing New Tech. If we move forward with this, I would actually love to hear an update in December about how the progress is going. I would like to see a line by line of how the marketing dollars are spent, regardless of which place we decide to keep it or move it. Because I want to be able to be out in the community, whichever way we go, and say with 100% certainty that we've done whatever it is that we say that we're going to commit to tonight.
I like to wheel on the marketing piece. I think we're talking about the district-wide marketing. This is just a subset of it, because considering where we're at and what we're doing, it is the entire district, and this is just a subset of that, because the challenges that we're going to be facing in the next couple of years is going to be tremendous, and getting that out there and to share with community overall, because to your point, Mr. Williams, we're going to have some additional conversations. And so I think that is one of those comprehensive conversations about how do you market Coppell ISD in a way to attract people, to retain them. And I know we have to have some other conversations and some other context, but for that, I think that's a broader conversation. This is a subset in that marketing of Coppell ISD.
Further.
Okay, I just thinking about the, budget constraints and all that. Budget deficit is a shared responsibility. It's not, it's like everyone is having to pitch in, any campus, everyone. And just like you mentioned, that this is one of those recommendations that we are working on, and we're gonna have to have more of those. However, I would like to think that I would like to be in a position where we control the narrative, we give the direction, we are having to go through the process, but how can we make it better for the district? How can we make sure that we are still able to offer a choice high school without compromising other things? I like the idea that they're still going to have their own diploma. You know, it is kind of their own entity with a principal and counselors and all that. I think those are big plus points with this recommendation. When I talk about culture, and we heard a lot when it came to, you know, discussion about New Tech, and also last year, I think my understanding is every program, every campus has a culture. People create that culture, and that culture kind of shifts and adapts. You know, you have new students coming in, you have new staff coming in, you have a new PTO presidents. So those people, to me, are part of that culture. If we look at the high school, you know, the programs within high school, band, athletics, or even the, you know, programs with big booster clubs, they kind of have their own culture, just like their tribe or their people. I do believe that if we keep the program intact, that's the culture. And that is going to move along with the program, regardless of the physical space. Especially when it comes to new tech, I understand the importance of having its own place, but at the same time, I believe that it's more than the place, it's the people. You know, our schools are people, and that is true for any and every campus. We talked about, and I think this was last year sometimes, program over facilities. And I think that was the idea, that we value our program, we value our people who are making that program possible. That includes our staff, the administration, you know, the students, all that. So to me, I think that's how I understand, you know, the whole scenario right now. And just like, you know, I said it before, that I do want the board and the district to be able to say that we are the one driving this change. You know, no matter we are being forced into or things we cannot, but then again, things we cannot control regardless. I would love to have, you know, enough funding. We talked about 1,300 some funding, and it was 55. So things that we cannot control, there is no point, you know, dwelling on those things. But I think really focus, and I love the words, you know, you said intentionality, also forward thinking. And to me, the most important thing is, are we still meeting the needs of our students with the change, the transition, you know, having to make tough decisions? The students are in the core of the whole discussion, the whole point of us being here. So, you know, that those are the check marks I think are important for me.
Other discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a vote. All in favor? All opposed? The motion passes 5-2. We'll conclude our action items for tonight. I'll have one final motion on the night.
Move we adjourn?
Second.
A motion and second to adjourn. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a vote. All in favor? That motion passes 7-0. We are adjourned at 8:04.